Good afternoon. Welcome to Casa C.A.S.E at COP30. I'm Natalia, manager of Itaúsa Institute, and it's a huge joy to welcome you here. C.A.S.E is a coalition of major companies in Brazil, Bradesco, Itaú, Itaúsa, Marco Polo, Natura, Nestlé, and Vale, that join to reaffirm the relevance of engagement of private sector in the agenda of climate and nature. Our major goals with C.A.S.E are give visibility to case and solutions already implemented and upscalable, promote dialogue and multiple players, and reaffirm the economical potential of Brazil and of our companies in aligning economic development, sustainability, and social justice. Casa Case will be open till tomorrow, November 17th. We approached in each day of the grid a topic connected to the action agenda of COP. We've had food systems, bioeconomy, infrastructure, finance, and energy transition. Today is the day of just transition, and tomorrow we'll close with circular economy. I'd like to leave our thanks to our approximately 100 speakers who agreed to be with us this week, giving life to case, and also the members of the coalition who are making all this happen. Our knowledge partners, Mandala, at Centro Sabets, and the producer TM1. We hope you enjoy case. Now, let's begin the panel for new competencies for a new labor market, training and opportunities for a just transition. From already ongoing solutions in Brazil and internationally, he will approach how companies, the education, civil society can prepare the working force for the jobs of the future, conciliating human justice, social justice, development. And for that talk, I invite the head of equitable transitions in the world from the World Economic Forum, Harsh Singh, the head of ESG of Bradesco BBI, Caio Andrade Cesar, the manager of human rights and labor of the Global Pact of Brazil, Gabriela Rosman, and to moderate the panel, the superintendent of Itaú Education and Labor, executive director of the Imbuzeiro Institute, Annie Nui. Welcome and have a good discussion. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a huge pleasure to be here. Thank you. I will just introduce myself. I've worked for 20 years at Itaú with education, and over the last few years within the Itaú Foundation. I don't know if you all know, Itaú Foundation was founded from the the union of institutions that already existed for 30 years. So Itaú Social, Itaú Cultural, and Itaú BBA Education. And then we created the foundation, Itaú, to foster, support public policies in education. My focus over there was working with youth, different youths, and productive inclusion of youths and uh, technical education. 2 months ago, I left the foundation, but I'm uh, taking on a new institute, turned to the environmental and racial issues. But I am still love that agenda and the Itaú Foundation, and I'm still develop the actions together, all actions that can be done. I'll do the mediation today of this meeting with super nice and important people. Here I'll give the floor now to Harsh Singh, and each one of you, please introduce yourselves. And I think the system here will be you introduce yourselves, and then you can already approach this topic of ours a little bit, which are new competencies for a new labor market, training and opportunities for just transition. And then later I'll bring some questions. Okay, please, Ash.
three-pillar program on equitable transition. I have been with the forum for around 9 years, and my work has always been on energy and industrial transition. I have led most of our flagship research programs there, and having worked for the last 2 years on understanding how just and equitable transition systems work. We at the forum have been working on this agenda for a very long time. As some of you might have known, we publish a biennial flagship publication that is called the Future of Jobs Report. And in the Future of Jobs Report, we interview around 1,000 businesses on, to understand how workforce trends are changing. They represent around 14 million people from 55 countries. So in total, the most recent publication that we had earlier last year, 5 trends stand out as transformative for labor markets. It is technological transformation. We all know about AI. It is geo-economic fragmentation, how countries collaborate or not with each other now. It is green transition. It is also about economic uncertainty, the macroeconomic challenges. And it's about, last thing that I don't remember. But I wanted to point out that among all the 5 trends, the only trend which is a net job creator is green jobs, green transition. And that includes not just climate change mitigation, but climate change adaptation as well. So long-term trajectory, there is always going to be more jobs in the green economy, but there are going to be some dislocations. So some people will lose their jobs as a result of sectoral transformations, but there are a lot more new opportunities being created as industries are created from the ground up. So the question here is not just to prepare the workforce for the new green economy sectors, but also to how to reskill the people affected by transitions so that they're able to participate and engage in the emerging new economy sectors. So a lot of good examples come to the mind here, but in a sense, we are still not seeing the amount of traction that is necessary from public as well as private sector on mainstreaming this agenda. We all know how climate policies are made. You know, it is restricted to 1 or 2 ministries like climate ministry or energy ministry. But the people agenda is not with these ministries. They are with a different institutional framework. And I don't think that yet we have seen the coordination happen to an extent that would place people at the center of the transition. So as countries are now publishing more and more of their national determined contributions, the references to just transition have become more mainstreamed. Recently, as of last week, around 75% of country climate action plans refer just energy transition as part of their strategies. And that is very high from what it used to be 2 years ago, when roughly 42% of countries used to even talk about it. So there is definitely gradual mainstreaming of just energy transitions principle in the climate action discourse, but it is not as well understood in terms of how big is the challenge, who is affected by it, and what are things that are going to be necessary for countries to do in order to address these. So hopefully in this panel we'll dig a little bit more into this, but I would want to give the floor to fellow panelists as well to introduce themselves and also the work that they're doing.
Oi, boa tarde. Eu sou
Good
Caio
afternoon.
Andrade.
I'm
Sou
Caio
head ESG
Andrade.
do
I'm
Bradesco
head
BBI.
ESG of Bradesco BBI.
Obrigado. Prazer.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be with you here in this panel, introducing a little bit of what we do first in BBI. That connects a lot to what we're going to discuss in the panel today. The team, ESG team in BBI has a role that is to look towards capital market opportunities, looking at green, sustainable operations, labeled bonds, social operations, and also thinking how the companies can contribute in terms of business strategies for the ESG agenda as a whole. And by being involved in that dynamic with the companies, for us, it becomes very clear that there's a strong lack of qualification regarding this topic to be able to develop solutions. And that obviously is part of all and every process in which you have the development of a new field and starts looking towards new opportunities also. And much a major part of our challenge is to think how we can not only qualify the new generation for those challenges we start facing in the ESG agenda, but also the existing labor force exists today. So our role as institution, and I think we will be able to talk a little more during the panel of how we can contribute further, but I'd say it goes very much by a strategic role of thinking the action, the performance within society, and how to contribute in this construction within the companies. So that makes us, for example, I was sharing with the guys, with the people, when we had the ESG team creation within BBI, we had a very large dilemma because we didn't have professionals in the market with the skills necessary for the new area we were creating. I needed a joint association of technical knowledge in capital markets and products, and at the same time, some luggage in the ESG agenda sustainability to look at the materiality of that subject. And what we had to do is to uh, turn to within our house and the provocation, and I'll close here because we'll explore more in the questions, but the provocation is how each one of us or how each institution can contribute to change that scenario to beyond the in-house look, not only solving our problem, but effectively thinking on that construction of a labor market in which we have professionals with the competencies and abilities, skills that are necessary to solve our challenges and tackle the transition, which is a major challenge we face as society. Hello, good afternoon. I'm Gabriela Hosman. I work in human rights and I work in the UN Global Pact, and more specifically with education and productive inclusion. Global Pact, for the ones who don't know, is an initiative from the United Nations to engage the private sector into the social, environmental transformations. So our provocation is that the companies should look towards themselves, their structures, operations, chains, to promote those transformations. One of the agendas I think we will approach here also that is within the scope of my work is productive inclusion of youths and how we've been working with these new competencies for sustainable development, but in a general manner about the topic of our panel today. I think in this first week of COP, it became pretty clear that environmental just transition involves social justice, and that it's important we have all sectors involved, including the private sector, and it'll demand, obviously, from the labor market, new competencies, right? So we have a huge potential to create new uh, job opportunities, but the countries doubtlessly will need a an agenda and preparation to drive these transformations. So changes in a general manner have affected the labor market very much. In a general manner, all these transitions to just transition, creation of new jobs, and we mentioned the sectors that grow like solar energy and wind energy and reduce. Our hope is that fossil fuels jobs will be extinguished, the changes in the labor market, changes in tasks in already existing professions and activities, and also uh, changes in labor programs, how companies will organize and with their practices, policies, strategies to develop these new competencies. So I think I'll talk a little bit about this, what competencies these are, and focusing on the youths and how the entrepreneurial sector has been preparing for that moment. So I think I will invert a little bit. I'll ask you to resume that talk so we think exactly, I mean, the role that is more strategic and that till when our eyesight reaches from the private sector side to participate in the construction, let's say, of this new moment we have of preparation of the world of labor for the green jobs, for the green work as in a general manner, in a way as to ensure inclusion and dignity. I think I'll do it. You speak and then I'll speak. And I brought three key messages. I wrote them down because after 1 week of COP, my head is, you know how. So I think the three main messages, one of them is for that transition towards green jobs. We have the need for coordination, a very improved coordination between many sectors of society, including obviously the private sector. So we'll need the private sector, social dialogue, and partnerships to develop policies, sectorial national policies very well. So we leverage, so the private sector is able to be a drive in this change for just transition. I think we'll also need a good association of fundamental competencies, including technical competencies, what the companies usually call hard skills within this new reality of just transition, many sectors of society, how competencies, the so-called soft skills, and then if you allow me a poetic permission to bring some competencies that I personally also think are essential for beyond what the labor market has commonly discussed, like resilience and social awareness, environmental awareness, etc., but especially competencies within science and technology competencies, engineering, mathematics are well known, and looking at the gender, uh, so we can include women in that labor market also. So I highlight the public-private partnerships. I think the entrepreneur sector has to open up so that we can develop with governments and organizations from civil society that are ahead in the territories and can map the demands for these new jobs within traditional communities, quilombolas, indigenous communities, not only for other sectors of society. And then uh, special attention must be given to small, mid-size, micro companies, not only the major, large companies, considering the impact of these companies in our economy. So to begin, these are the three messages I want to leave. Well, I'll take it from here. I think when we talk about preparation of the labor force to assure the inclusion, dignity, and looking at these green jobs side, as any discussion of job qualification, there must be opportunity for labor and or labor opportunities, and it's worth to contextualize how much Brazil in this agenda has a privileged position, because here there are many opportunities looking at bioeconomy, green economy, for sustainable development. We have nowadays a ecological transformation plan announced by the government that brings a series of guidelines as opportunities of job positions. And so this is the first, this is the starting point. We have effectively a demand for us to worry about the qualification of these professionals. And looking at the role of private initiative, I like pretty much of mentioning the example of Bradesco, what we have, which is the Bradesco Foundation, even because I'm a child from this foundation. And for the ones who don't know, it's one of the largest educational projects in South Latin America. Bradesco Foundation was created in 1956, so much before we mention the corporate social responsibility. It's a long time. We have 40 schools today in Brazil in all states. We are present in all states of Brazil and turn exactly towards providing to people who wouldn't have access, wouldn't have a opportunity to have quality teaching, a different opportunity in life, a different pathway with offering qualification since the baseline till middle school. So it's a huge budget that is placed there within this project, and exactly coming from a concern the founder of Banco Bradesco and how the bank could have this role in contribution. So the resources come from the bank's profit. So the interests that are generated by the stockholder uh, remuneration. So we're not talking about Bradesco only. We have schools in regions with a vocation towards agribusiness. There are a series of opportunities, and I quote this example because uh, transformation in the lives of people, it's not only an opportunity for people to change their lives and qualify themselves, but it's how companies can think on a contributions like we were talking before to beyond solving our own problem. So it's the causes, impact in transforming society. So how the problem is how we upscale this. And at the end of the day, it's an equation that is pretty hard to be solved because there is a financial issue that weighs a lot. But if we have a corporate tendency in the of having this role of creating policies and practices to beyond our own uh, workers, be providing basic teaching, schools, even qualifying capacity building courses for society as a whole, we'll have a potential of together doing much more. So we know today major part of the labor force comes from public schools who still in this preparation for the labor market and this new era we are mentioning here of transition of green jobs is still uh, far away from what we need. So for beyond this, to just close my speech, I think there's a role of mobilization also, not exclusively do our own action, but how can I influence? Because practically all companies are inserted in a chain. So how am I able to take that to our trading partners in terms of also taking commitments, good practices, upskill programs, even benefit procurements of structures that have this footprint of qualification in its DNA. I think this is one of the other possibilities that the companies can do to help in qualification of professionals.
But two things that I could pick up on. Number one was on the point for SMEs that you mentioned. I think that's very important, but it's not necessarily a part of the conversation as much as we would hope that to be. Uh, in many countries, SMEs are employers of more than 90% of the workforce, and they contribute a disproportionate share of the economy. But as you know, the main off-takers of their products, that is the large companies, they undergo these transitions. There is a significant risk of massive deindustrialization in the small and medium enterprises. And they don't have the capabilities to train either their own workforce or hire green talent in a market which is already constrained by supply. So there has got to be more and more focus on how we bring SMEs to the table. I was speaking to a gentleman from CNI who gave a very nice description of how Sebrae is working with SMEs in Brazil in many different industries, many different value chains. So I think that's definitely a model that is worth looking more deeper into on how it can be made more effective, how it can be scaled up, etc. as well. But going back to the question on how can companies think about this, I think there are essentially four ways in which companies can work on it. Either they can work in their own organizations to try and prepare their workforce to support their sustainable transformation. Secondly, they can work in their industry, in their peers, with the peers. Thirdly, it is with their value chains. That is where the SMEs come into the picture. And fourthly, it is in the broader society. So if we look at these three scopes, like scope 1, 2, 3, and 4, so it has got some sort of increasing relevance as well. If you, as an organization, reskill your workforce in your company, that is very strong. It prepares your company to survive and thrive amidst these disruptions. It prepares your company as a leader or in your industry and helps you achieve strategic advantage, competitive advantage. The second one was in the industry. So in many places, the industries are champions in their countries. In certain countries have got a lot of focus in few industry sectors. So how to protect that value and how to maintain that competitive advantage of that industry in that country around the world. There is the ongoing geopolitical issue as well on green economy sectors. Everyone knows, how dominant China is in many different parts of the value chain. So that does not happen overnight. They've been working on it for 2-3 decades. So that is the kind of approach where you create an industry of skilled workforce that enables your country to have a strong base that is globally competitive. Thirdly, the SMEs, that is important for reliability of supply chain. No company can transform without dependence upon its value chain. There being, it should be of high quality, it should be on time, and it should be reliable. So there is a value in engaging with the value chain as well. And finally, it's with the society where we prepare the workforce for the future. The very key thing about the green transition is the speed. Right now, there is twice as much demand for green skills as there is supply. So for every one open green skill relevant job requirement, there is just half a person available. So there's just that kind of demand-supply gap. So for companies and countries to have that kind of long-term economic value add, people is to have supply of human capital, skilled human capital. That is a vital prerequisite. We always talk about green transition in terms of finance or technology as being a barrier. We don't talk about as people's availability being a barrier. So that is something which is not just a nice thing to do, but it is a very important and essential thing to do.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you.
Rash,
I will be returning the floor to you right now because I wanted to see how you and the World Economic Forum, how do you understand when you speak about the speed with twice larger for green skills, how do you imagine that all this green agenda could and should be placed or focused in the group that the World Economic Forum assists? How would you guide it to be dealt? How it should often this is specifically dealt with in the scope of each company. So I'd like to hear from you if you think this is the way, or if there should be some time of coordination. And this word was mentioned here as a coordination, more encompassing or far-reaching ones. And if you have any guidance by the World Economic Forum in this regard.
So we are a platform for public-private collaboration. We not only try and bring people together, but we try and bring people together on issues that are relevant and cannot be addressed by any stakeholder alone. So jobs and skills is one of those. And as I had previously mentioned, we have had a very long program on future of jobs. So we definitely bring evidence to the table on what are the key trends influencing labor market transformations. Secondly, we bring perspectives of leaders and stakeholders. So, and thirdly, we convene them in settings where we are able to drive conversations towards consensus-driven outcomes. On the work that I am trying to do right now in my organization is squarely focused on equitable green transition. And people is a part of the agenda, but not the full part of the agenda. There is also effects on consumers, effects on small businesses, effects on communities. That is among the scope of just transition. But if we restrict ourselves to people and people only, then at the very fundamental level, and we have put out a lot of research on this as well, that there should be consideration of impacts on the people and the economy in a much earlier stage when climate action strategies are being designed. So the nationally determined contributions or NDCs that we have that focus a lot on there being availability of finance or of technology or international collaboration and such. We don't have these things designed in a way that they are looking at the effects on people as well. So number one, and this is a very consistent message that we have always tried to convey through our platform, is that it should be designed for justice and equity from the upfront. It cannot be retrofitted at a later stage, and it cannot be solved for once there have already been effects in the society. But it has to be designed from upfront. So that is one. Secondly, it should be backed by meaningful engagement. So you mentioned social dialogue. I think in some countries there is strong, good examples and experience of social dialogues, but not in many industries in many countries. But there is value in engaging in tripartite conversations with on these issues that enables resolution in a way that all parties are felt that they were heard and their concerns were addressed. So engagement is one, research is one, and trying to bring people in a way that they can have these conversations in a trusted manner. So that's few things that we as an organization try and drive.
Thank you. So now about these points about local engagement and the importance of local engagement, I'll send you guys, I'll give you guys a question now. Please consider and let's try to think about scaling up things and the available solutions. And we need to consider a focus on Brazil, considering the size and complexities of the countries, on account of the great regional differences and so on. And I'd like to bring a few figures which are really relevant. Brazil is a country which is still, the population is still younger. There are more young people than adults. We still have a demographic bonus, so to speak, even though good part of this young population has already left secondary education, but they're still young. And they are now 20, 25, 28 years old. They have a whole life ahead of themselves. So they'll be living for many years because it's said that those who will be living 120 years, they are already born, right? So considering this, this group, which has just left public education, and the figure we have from the school census says that 88%, 86% of the Brazilian youth are enrolled in public education. So this brings a reality for us, which is the following: 86%, 88% in the previous year, of the Brazilian youth, of the adult young population of Brazil, who will quite soon be leaving their public schools. We have the figures as well for performance of these students, showing that only 10% of them know basic mathematics or basic Portuguese language, and less than 10% are really knowledgeable about mathematics. So this is landscape of our adult population, they'll be joining the workforce soon. Only 20% of the youth are going to college levels. We don't have seats for everyone in higher education. And this is the scenario. So together with this, we have a scenario that has just mentioned about the speed of training and how fast things are changing. And how we will be bringing these young people and think about them. When we think about these 86% who are enrolled, this leads us to a quite relevant challenge of scale. Brazil is a great country for producing solutions. We have solutions really which are spectacular. If you look at in terms of teachers training, schools who are able to revert learning trends, you have all types of things, but we are still not able to have many projects or many programs by the government, for instance, at a great scale or large scale. So on the one hand, could you speak about existing solutions and their scalability, and if you see pathways to solve this situation? Okay? Well, that's a rather simple question, right? I think that the first step is to recognize that we have a big challenge ahead of us and not work with solution heroes. Here, actually, we have the set of the society that needs to reflect and solve this issue. So it goes through reinforcement, the available policies. We do know that there are several programs to improve access to college levels for students from the public education network, so that they may effectively be able to receive quality education in public or private institutions with scholarships. We're going through a moment of technological transformations, which is really intense. And I think that trying to harness this situation in some way to build new solutions is essential. So how does AI or this access to technology, either access to internet, which we know that it is still an issue in our country, many people do not have access, and virtual teaching and access to content, educational content is becoming more virtual. So there's an issue here, which is teaching infrastructure. Not only teaching itself should be looked at. I think and a lot has to do with the role of solutions that are more restricted in a sense, but in the corporate world, that each company, what each company can do within its own reality. Now, to bring another example from us, we have Unibrad, which is a corporate university where we have several courses offered to our more than 90,000 employees, where they can obtain training and have more access to it. So having this role of companies, because if I need a qualified professional and this person is not arriving for me, the company will have somehow to make a contribution. What we cannot do is just to think that everything will be solved at this stage, which is a bit of what you said about the knowledge of Portuguese, of mathematics. If I do not build this on the educational basis, I'll have larger problems in the future at the moment of trying to fix things. It's not yet a solution, but I think it's something that I feel is the pain of seeing this challenge of how we're able to bring these new topics in, considering all the issues of energy transition and the issues that we have been discussing on bioeconomy, because these topics are really distant from teaching of our leading institutions so far. So when we speak about training and skills building, we have to bring the real world to the theoretical and academic world. And this is often restricted to an academic group, which is still small. So can we take this knowledge, which is still which is already demanded nowadays, for the construction of opportunities and resolution of issues related to climate change, and how are we able to put it into a platform of a university or anything that has effectively has far-reaching impact and broad access so that these young people may have contact with these topics. And I do not see a solution nowadays which is still clear and that could be solved by a single player in the market, either private or public. So either we as a society decide that this arrangement is necessary and start working with all spheres so that it may happen, or we will continue in the same place and still in a standstill. I'm reflecting here. I'd like to mention 2 or 3 examples. One of them, I think Caio was speaking about it, the importance of introducing this curriculum, this repertoire of skills and competencies in the school system and to the technical and vocational training system. An example of this is a project of a technical and vocational training called, I'll read it in English, TVET for Green Economic Development and Employment, an initiative by GIZ, the German Cooperation Agency, with the Ministry of Education and CNI, which has been mentioned here today, offering to the federal network of technical schools a development of theoretical courses in sectors, green sectors, such as bioeconomy, circular economy, renewables. I think this is an interesting example of how this is being inserted into a public policy and bolstered by the public sector through the Ministry of Education and technical schools. This is still sluggish, but it is indeed a pathway that can be scaled up. Today I was researching. There are 42 new technical courses in 9 states of the Amazonian region, with almost 10,000 trained students, 58% women, many indigenous peoples, traditional communities covered. I think this is an interesting example of what we're saying. You mentioned also the issue of the youth and how are we able to bring the youth to this debate. Here at Global Compact, we, together with the Foundation and eSocial, which is involved, Ministry of Labor and Employment, UNICEF, ILO, many organizations, NGOs, we produced a national pact for the inclusion of the youth into productive business. It's already 2 years old now, working with companies, the third sector and private sector. Initiatives with pathways for the productive inclusiveness of vulnerable young people into the labor force and the green economy. So we are already in this journey with many discussions to be able to collect good initiatives, best practices, and see which are the challenges. And I think third example, I will give an example of, I will mention the Global Compact, a project that we have, which is Educate 2030, a mobilization by the private sector under the Global Compact so that companies are able to discuss some of the challenges within this axis of education and employability. We discuss a lot the issues of apprentice youth, and I think there is a potential here also within this great initiative, public initiative, which is the Young Apprentice Program, as a first entry to the labor market. And how do we train this young apprentice for these green skills? And we have also worked with Educa. How do we train the youth inside the company so that they are able to produce this revolution inside the companies as well as this just transition? How do we equip them and bring to these young people a sense of a sense of a change inside the organization themselves? There's a name, entrepreneurship. We have a word for that. but how do the young people, how they're able to produce this within their own private work structures, this transition. So I think these are some pathways in the public sector, and as a multi-sectoral initiative, as I have also mentioned, which is also important, and an initiative also including the S system and the Ministry of Education with some examples of actions that are taking place in Brazil and do have an interesting potential to have this mobilization.
If I can just make a comment regarding what Gabriela mentioned, it's crucial for us to understand in a country like Brazil of continental dimensions and very different realities. So I think the first example you mentioned, which is also the regeneration of knowledge, and that is important for you to be more effective in producing knowledge, so you to guide courses towards local opportunities. So where does it make sense to have more directed, more specific courses towards renewable energy, bioeconomy, and also looking towards a movement we experienced in our country very much, which is immigration, to keep the local force effectively in the area, working with the opportunities without necessarily having to bring a specialist from abroad, or even for that local person not to have to migrate to another place to have job opportunities. So one of the solutions is going by this regionalization of knowledge and leave an opportunity where effectively it exists. As you had mentioned, local engagement as a pretty important factor that you could follow. I'd like to know if you can tell us a little more about this topic.
Important, that we have top-down integration of equity and justice in climate action, in the green economy development, but eventually it will happen at the local levels, which is why it's very timely and important to think of place-based transition plans. In a sense, localities or communities at subnational levels or subnational jurisdictions, they have their own local specificities, either by way of sectoral focus, that which sector do they derive economic value from, or by demographics, or by cultural norms, or by geographical location, etc. So one size will not fit all, and local engagement will eventually only be successful if it is tailored to the needs and considerations of the place where the vulnerable stakeholders are and the kind of vulnerabilities that they face. So to answer your question, I think engagement has to be at the local levels, and they should be rooted in the context in which the stakeholders there live and expect to work.
Você acompanhou em algum lugar
Did you follow in some place where this happened that you could report, that you can tell us about? I was very interested in that speech of yours.
An implementation of this, I think the name skips off my attention, but let's say in Italy, I was reading a research paper recently of certain district which has had its industries transformed by the decarbonization, on how they were able to develop targeted roadmaps on number one, reskilling people, number two, encouraging entrepreneurship, and number three, attracting capital so that they can give scale. So doing these things, it requires a different sort of a governance setup. It is not top-driven, it cannot be solved by a ministry. It has to be done at the administration which is responsible for the local economic and social needs. It can be the mayor's office in a city, or it can be, the municipality that is taking care of a certain geographical area. We also have seen, for example, Germany, when they did transition away from coal, so they formed, and you might know because of your work with GIZ, the German Coal Commission, that engaged very deeply and over a long period of time with the coal mine workers who were displaced by the closure of the mine. So over a period of time, and with full transparency and accountability, they were able to build these kind of roadmaps, which enabled not just upskilling of the people who were to be displaced, but also to identify what diversified economic opportunities can exist, which can give new source of economic value creation to those regions that were affected. In many places, these are in progress. I think we are seeing the emergence of this, but it's not definitely at a scale that does justice to the effects of the transition that may have on certain stakeholder groups.
Perfeito, muito obrigada.
Perfect, thank you very much. I would like now to ask you two things I think relate to each other. One is the learnings we have from the experiences we've had. So when you quote all the experience of Bradesco and the need for that articulation, that large articulation, and all the projects you mentioned that already moved forward with regards to all that project of articulation, for us to be able to think in which way this could be oriented towards different territories. That is one thing. And then think from there on in which way we include in all that the issue of human development, the assurance of dignifying work. So, because when we look at youngsters and what happens today, is that good part of them finishes basic education and even higher education without having all the necessary preparation to face a reality. And then, in what regards to all the issue of climate, which is the reason for that COP to happen, to take place. So how can they position themselves better to be able to come into this world and really make change? And so we count on the intelligence of these people with their participation. And so in which way could we bring that to the world of today, thinking that we have to act quickly? I was thinking here from the standing point of the Educa, which is our project with the private sector. I think today there's a discussion, not today, for some time we've had this discussion, for example, of the young apprentice, the productive inclusion of youngsters. It's a very large difficulty within the company. So not only in hiring these people, but also in what we call retention, in retaining these youngsters in the private sector. So we've been discussing pretty much what these challenges are, and what is this mismatch where we have many youngsters without work, evading middle school, middle education, and without being able to insert themselves in the labor market, and the companies that are not able to hire these youngsters or don't want to hire these youngsters, and with a rotation that is very large in the youths. So I think first starting point, and without mentioning the issue of the educational system, the important issues of to be reviewed in an educational reform, but from the company standing point, how can the company look towards their policies and their processes since recruiting till the development of these youngsters, which are the incentives for training, how are they creating dignifying work conditions with just salaries, with decent, paid work and the opportunities of these youngsters developing fully in their abilities, not only in precarious work or the administrative work that don't have uh, possibility for these youngsters to develop their potencies, their capacities. That we've been looking towards that with the private sector, so we could bring these youngsters, especially the ones in situation of vulnerability that come to the labor market already with lacking the necessary ability for their technical development, but also for their human development in the labor market. And the company has a responsibility that is very large towards these youngsters, since understanding these youngsters, for example, don't speak English or don't have uh, training, proper training for that just transformation. What is that just transformation? What is up to these youngsters? What are their rights from the standing point of human rights, uh, possibilities to help in the construction of a new world? So we brought that discussion to the private sector so we can reflect what is up to them, what is up to the private sector in looking towards these youngsters, not only for a better condition. I'm talking about the large companies, uh, good qualifications, especially the youngsters in so situation of vulnerability. So what's up to the companies since hiring them till their development so they can produce and become a citizen with a dignifying life condition, satisfactory and happy condition. So that's a provocation we've done within the company. So how the companies can transform themselves in their structure from the standing point of human rights and environmental transformation, which is a large axle, but especially considering these youngsters that have come to Brazil. Could you, just before we carry on, you had mentioned the competencies and the skills. So I think this is a super important point when we think about the issue of climate, about transition we're going by now. So could you talk a little bit about this? Yes, I can. We have brought some courses, some together with people from UNICEF. We've developed some materials to train this youth for sustainable development that go since technical ability, as I mentioned, of what this just transition is, anyhow, literacy regarding what we're talking about when we say human rights and social justice, and also from the soft skills standing point. I mentioned that I was going to ask for a poetic license or poetic permission, is that we have many studies in the market about these competencies, these behavioral competencies of resilience, collaborative work. So doubtlessly this is has an extremely relevant importance, especially in such an individualist world we live in today. But I'd like to bring you also work that was done by UNESCO in 99, which was developed by Edgar Morin, which are some knowledges necessary for the future, education of the future. I was 15 and I found this book in my parents' shelf and I was absolutely impressed by that book. I think it's up to date till the day for as a reflection for us to reproduce how these competencies will be, how we'll bring these competencies to be developed. So I won't be so bold as to go into each one of these competencies, but I'd like to quote and make an invitation for, anyhow, the ones who are curious to go a little deeper over this work of this incredible sociologist in a very general manner. Edgar Hussey studied all the complexity theory that he mentions is the etymological sense of what is entwined. So I think here at COP we've had many discussions where this is absolutely posed, which are the network, which is the network, working in networks, and for these transformations to effectively happen. So I think he brings this already for many years ago, and the importance of having an opening and dialogue with the others, with different ones, to understand those complexities. So within those 7 knowledges, I won't go into each one of them, but I'd like to mention our first, teaching what knowledge is, being that knowledge is never a reflex or a mirror of reality. It's always a translation, a reconstruction. And I think this is very important today with so many readings of reality we have, and with such a large polarization. What are we calling knowledge? And the two is teaching the principles of relevant knowledge. So it's not the amount of information that matter, and not the sophistication in maths that he mentions, but the ability of placing knowledge within a context. So I think this is also pretty much relevant in the era of technology and disinformation and multi-information we have experienced with regards to the issues, the ecological issues. 3, which I think is one of the most important ones, which is teaching the human condition, teaching the human identity. What is the human being in its multiplicity competence, not only as a economic, psychological, or ecological, but uh, as a unique and multiple human being. 4th, understanding what understanding is. I think that is very beautiful. So we don't have a single element of understanding, but we have many elements. So for example, understand when someone cries, we won't look only at the tears of these tears running down these people's faces. We must understand this means the pain of the other being. So how do we bring this conception of empathy and the feelings that are involved within the understanding of a fact? 5, teach them to face uncertainty and the unexpected. I think people, this doesn't need any explanation, something we have experienced so much. There are many examples in mankind's history, but this has happened more and more in events, some expected, but others unexpected, in a very quick manner. How do we deal with this? Teach the planetary awareness, which I think has a little bit to do with this connectivity we are experiencing today within numberless problems of acceleration, etc. And lastly, teach humanity's ethics, what he calls anthropoethics, which is the ability of us to develop personal autonomy, our responsibilities, and social participation, which I think is very connected to our condition of democracy and all the growth we've had with regards to our democracy and how we strengthen that. So I maybe I went off the labor market in terms of soft skills a little bit, but I think it has to do with the teachings of Edgar Lohan and how we can be inspired to drink from these speeches, so to say, so we can bring not only these competencies, the technical competencies, but understanding this just transition and what we have to do from the operational standing point, but especially the human development and how we face that. Thank you. Now I will leave for the 2 men in the room to put the ball down and think on these competencies from the standing point of sustainability now, of just transition itself, and this which is going on here at this COP, which is to think on the climate issue. So what competencies are these? What are abilities? And where should we focus? How can we place this aligned with just transition? Now you have the ball now. The responsibility is yours. Now you'll have to put the ball down because I really was flying, I think.
Objective of discussions like these, otherwise you can just speak off the script and everybody leaves leaving what they already knew before they came in. So thank you for that. I think on more mundane matters, like climate change competencies, we, hard skills and soft skills were mentioned before on this panel, and I think that's where the near-term necessity lies. In terms of hard skills, we have seen increasing demand of electric vehicle technicians, renewable energy engineers. These are definitely very, very aligned to the green technology sectors. Private sector organizations in different parts of the world have stepped up. I was speaking to somebody from Schneider Electric yesterday who mentioned that they have trained hundreds of thousands of electricians. And we cannot have the transition without electricians. And if the company cannot get electricians from the market, then they have to train it themselves. So I think this is a good example of a company doing what is necessary to create the labor market that it needs. In my own country, in India, which is also a country with very large youth population, around 800 million youth. So, but they also have similar challenges as Anna, you were mentioning on mathematical skills or language skills, et cetera, because there are quantity and quality always don't go hand in hand. And there are also certain companies who are transitioning at pace. They have been able to create the labor market that they need via their own efforts. So you may have heard of Mahindra. That's a company that builds cars and many other things. They also have a renewable energy subsidiary, and they have enrolled pan-national reskilling drive where they have trained 10,000 people as solar panel installers for maintenance, etc. So, and these are people who may not have had formal education. They may not come from metropolitan areas, but nevertheless, through these kind of opportunities, they got a chance to step into the world of formal employment without formal degrees. There are certain other good examples. You may have already know about Ørsted and SSE. Both used to be fossil fuel companies before. Now they are both renewable energy companies, and even their own transformation has been empowered by en masse reskilling of their workforce. Ørsted used to be known as Danish Oil and Gas. Now it's the world's largest offshore wind producing company. And likewise, SSE used to be in coal. Now it's also in wind power. And none of these happened with any kind of layoffs. They were able to retrain their workforce, use complementary skills, build on top of that to make sure that their business objectives and social objectives were both met.
Acho que para não ser repetitivo aqui, eu vou falar pouquinho mais.
To avoid repetition, I will look more at soft skills at the moment. And a lot of what we've said during this panel, it has to do with collaboration, right? So the spirit of collaboration at a moment when Gabriela touched on this as well, that the moment when we're having a society increasingly individualistic and the youth must know how to work together, because solutions will have to be built with different hands. Resilience must not only be climatic, but also must belong to these youth so that they will be able to make headway throughout this scenario and amidst the current changes that we're going through, the constant changes. I think the challenge, the largest one nowadays, is related to the misalignment or disalignment between what we have today from what's being offered or provided or taught at the universities. In the university world is not necessarily corresponds to the new skills required by these new opportunities which we have mentioned. And at the same time, the companies that are requiring these professionals are also disaligned with the expectations of the youth regarding the market, the labor market. So I think there are several issues that need to be realigned so that this construction of the necessary skills may be directly aligned When I see these three pillars, educational, corporate, labor, and the working force of the youth, the impression I have is that each of them is in a different timing. So the big challenge is aligning all that. And the educational side or aspect, without a doubt, on account of everything that we've said today, requires a time and more intense mobilization. But that's where we perhaps need to have the quickest results or responses at this moment so that the other two dimensions can be matching it. So now looking at this scenario, this only reinforces how much resilience and the ability to adapt by these new professionals in the market will be essential. Thank you. I will now give you, each of you, 1 minute. Which message would you like, final message, would you like to bring thinking about the just transition? Who wants to begin? Do you want to begin? I needed time to think. 1 minute. Anna, I think by looking at the role of Global Compact, which is to engage and mobilize companies for this just transition, I think that the message is that companies must indeed look at their own structures. This means to reflect deeply on what's the impact of these companies in this transition. This means looking at how they have produced things and provoked the promotion of decent or dignified labor within their operations and value chains, what this means, what decent work means, and the promotion of human rights and reparation of rights when they are violated. What means the promotion of decent payment and how this can be implemented in their own structures. The issues of discrimination, non-discrimination, gender ethics, the inclusion of minority groups in operations, and how much they have dealt with this decarbonization in their operations and value chains, including water management, environmental issues, how they have dealt with governance in their operations, looking at their collective actions. And so our perspective at Global Compact is a provocation so that companies may rethink how they have operated with their own nature and purpose, and how they redistribute their own vocation in just ways, following so that this just transition may take place from a standpoint of social justice. So I think this is the message that I leave here based on my human rights perspective as well. Well, for us at Bradesco, just transition goes through a globalized vision of this process. It is distributed in different fronts. We have the arm of the Bradesco Foundation, which I have mentioned, looking at this role of educational basis and its construction, basic educations. We have another outlook, which is Unibrad, and the internal look, focusing on the capacity building of our own collaborators and staff, how we can do this transition. And we have our support teams, either in the strategic or business dimensions, also looking at the bank as a player to advise influencers in the society and looking at our customers. So how we're able to do businesses that bring, that embed this vision of a more just transition. How am I able to help not only the large, but also the small customers which still lack technical expertise, and how can our teams have this role of contributing and being an advisor under a process of implementing projects of various natures, which will be impacting on a more just transition process. So we understand that this activity must take place in abroad in different fronts, and because it requires a quite complex solution so that we're able to deliver a just transition indeed.
The message would be that there is no transition if it is not just. Secondly, the implications of what just means, that is heavily dependent on context, which is why it must be place-based. Thirdly, the process is as important as the outcome, and the process means it should be inclusive, transparent, with accountability. And finally, it's not just a government's job or society's job or the company's jobs, but it has to be in collaboration.
Perfeito. Bom, chegamos no nosso tempo.
Thank you. We have reached our time. Our hearty thanks to each who is here and to the panelists of this session.
Oi, gente, boa tarde. Desculpa atrapalhar a conversa.
Good afternoon, my friends. Sorry for spoiling the dialogue. I'm Natalia, Itaúsa manager. It's one of the companies of the CASE Alliance. I'm here to announce our program, but first of all, I'd like to let you know that we had a small change in the program. We would have two activities concomitantly, a panel there and another workshop here, but we were able to restructure things so we can have the two opportunities and you'll be able to enjoy the participants of these activities in best ways. For those who are just arrived, CASE is a coalition of large Brazilian companies, Bradesco, Itaú, Itaúsa, Marco Polo, Natura, Nestlé, and Vale, who is strengthening the active engagement of the private sector in the agenda of climate and nature. We are here since the 11th. We still have another day tomorrow on circular economy. That's the topic. And then we will have a closure. So I do invite you to visit us tomorrow again. And with no further ado, I will invite our panel. One of our speakers is arriving in a few seconds, so we will begin the panel without her, but she will be joining us shortly. I'd like to invite to the stage for our dialogue on how companies can build territories, resilient and vibrant territories. Andrea Coutinho, Executive Director of the Brazilian Center for Climate Justice. The Vice President for Sustainability and Communication of Suzano, Malu Paiva. Angela Pignatti, Director for Sustainability at Natura, who will be moderating our panel. And I tell you, we're receiving in a few short moments Malkia John, who is Director Executive of Sauti Salama. She's coming especially for this activity. So, Angela, you have the floor, so you can begin the works. Good afternoon, my friends. It's a pleasure to be here a Sunday afternoon. Congratulations. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the audience and thank you for being here. We'll try to make the topic as nimble and full of energy as possible so we can capture your attention here, your energy here. It's a pleasure to be here, facilitating a panel with a dear friend of mine who is Malu. We have been exchanging many views on the stages. Well, the agreed was that she would speak about Suzano and I would speak about Natura. And a great pleasure to have Andrea Lobeck, Executive Director of the Brazilian Institute for Climate Justice. And since we have condensed two panels into one, we will be more effective and concise in the questions and answers, okay? Malu, a vision for future and leadership at the private sector. What future do we imagine in businesses and territories capable of resisting to extreme weather events, economic crisis, and social inequalities? Which companies are daring to redesign their business model so that adaptation and climate justice can be as central as income and competitiveness are? A big challenge, right? Thus avoiding that the exclusion of historical exclusions. I think it's a challenge, Anna, indeed. And when you think about Suzano, nowadays we're managing more or less 2.8 million hectares. 1.7 of them are planted hectares for industrial aims. That's where we have our harvesting of eucalyptus, and 1.5 million hectares for conservation. So we fully depend on nature. There is no way other source other than nature. So this issue of how the business model must incorporate resilience, climate resilient, and the social aspect is primordial. But it's a journey, okay? It's a journey because there are many ways of doing it. In these almost 3 million hectares, we are present in more or less 200 municipalities and connected to the lives of 1,600 communities. So to be able to work with the communities as in the past, You used to you work for an initiative and a demand coming without touching the structural issues of the communities. It's no longer possible. This model is over because their well-being, their decent life is directly connected to the success of my business. You may imagine the forest and the risk of fire is the first risk that I have, and it's super easy, right? Somebody just to go there and set fire. Land invasions and grabbing, it's another concrete issue. And then over time, it was not enough to do the one-off things, but to create the structures so that our forests can be seen by the communities as a source of success for their lives. So we are creating models and we continue to innovate to see how things can be inclusive, and so that this may be taken into consideration and decisions taken in the country. It's a journey. It wasn't always like that, and we are trying to change things. And the other thing is the inside of companies. I always say I am a biodegradable professional. At some point, I'll have to leave the story, and that's when all the company's leaders will have incorporated, in addition to the social and environmental, to all decisions. So when this happens, you won't need me anymore. You need the teams, right? And Malu won't be there because I think my main mission is how to add the strategic and social and environmental aspects in the business model and in the daily lives and the decisions of buying and selling small, big, strategic. So we're able to advance, though we've been integrating the social and environmental agendas. We want to take people from poverty and connecting 5,000 hectares through 3 corridors. We put these 2 goals together so you'll be able to accelerate the 2 programs. So integrating and bringing back what they will be speaking, and in the late 90s, early 2000s, people were speaking about thinking systemically. Nowadays, we always speak about finance, innovation, collaboration. Or I went to a panel, and before getting there, I created a matrix with these aspects. And systemic thinking is a basic thing, the basic skills of sustainability. If you bring this to our business model, automatically you will bring in all the agendas that are necessary. Thank you, Malu. I love this idea of integrating topics, because in the end of the day, in the world, we're experiencing all these topics at the same time, and they're all interconnected. I was in the backstage with Andrea, and I received an interesting folder of the Brazilian Center for Climate Justice, and racial equality is also covered. And I have a question, which is outside the script, but I'll ask it anyway, which is precisely this question. Tell me, Andrea, who needs climate justice in Brazil? Good afternoon, almost good evening. I'm glad to be invited to be here to dialogue on this topic in multiple contexts. When we interact, I show the folder to her because in our organization, the Brazilian Center for Climate Justice, we try to think about different pieces of communication for different audiences. This is an offline material, but our networks, our website have so many questions that get to about our mission. So the question, this comes from a publication launched in 2021 by the Observatory of Climate. It also guides our work, and it needs to be answered when we think about the topic of this panel. You spoke about the social and environmental lenses, and I'd like to bring into this panel how much this wheel of intersectionality, this word, needs to be guiding businesses and our mission, vision, principles, and values. How much it prevents us from committing the failure of seeing only one aspect of what we understand to be climate and society. And what's that? What's the intersectional or intersectoral lenses guiding our decisions and the development of businesses? We're speaking about race, gender, territorialities, and the territory is, I am from the Rio, currently living in Brasilia. what do territories where I go through and work and have some advocacy, what do they have to say about the intersectional principle? Before any project decision, we have to reflect and think about this wheel of intersectionality, which prevents us from seeing one single aspect of the inequalities or one single aspect. And I'd like to bring into my answer to your question and the question that guides my work an experience of the Innovation Lab in Climate Justice. It was launched in 2022 with a wheel drawing. I'd really like us to see it's a small uh, panel, but I'd like to speak how much that has changed the lives of territories and in terms of thinking about funding, leadership capacity building, intersectionality, and communication. How do territories communicate their causes and how are they raising funds for their causes? This wheel enables us not only to rethink the ways in which we communicate, and as a journalist, I'm always bringing it how much we must cope with the communication failures for some strategies, and also to answer your question, because we know who are the populations that need climate justice in Brazil. It's important to build capacity as much as naming them and making the funds accessible to territories, peripheries, slums, urban communities, and the other territories that we work with at the center. Just to bring some context of our work, we are a CSO working through communication, research, advocacy, and education to work with regional territorial works which provide answers to this question, and also building capacity for additional leaderships, Black populations in Brazil, with this dialogue with other organizations, always thinking about the territory, communications, financing, and capacity building, which is the wheel of with all these axes. And to close, we launched recently a study, a research mapping the territorial leaderships. And based on this mapping, we had a social cartography of territories to address climate needs, funding, and engagement of the inhabitants to map their own territorial potentials. We named it Cartography of Territories and Social Justice in Brazil. It's available in our website. With the support of Itaúsa, and launching this research was a landmark for us because we divided by region. We selected specific territorialities and enabled its own inhabitants to do this cartography work and mapping their financing needs, advocacy needs, and intervention needs. Not only intervention, but also the solutions based on the views of those who live there. I consider it as a success case because it was mapped based on evidence and according to the real realities and bringing the scenario of those who need climate justice in Brazil. Thanks, Andrea. I like two topics which you just brought. All the construction based on the communities together with the active listening. There's no way of building it from an outsider view. And the second end, which is important, is the topic of communications, because we often work with such specific themes. And we speak about sustainability. Sometimes it's a living soup, and when we of letters, and when we speak to the citizens, they don't understand what we say, and we need engagement to build these solutions that may be effective. So thank you for this contribution. Malu, now back to you. The current solutions and the potential of scaling up, which solutions have brought effective results in the case of Suzano and other experiences you've seen? We have time, okay? The most difficult results in terms of governance, financing, engagement in the community, how were they overcome? Before speaking about the examples, I'd like to speak about some assumptions because we hear a lot when we dialogue with the communities. I think some of them are basic. When we speak, for instance, in our case, my team is the sustainability team. It gets to a community where the forest teams always gets there. They go there with a truck and the harvest, and my team is also there. So some basic things are they speak the same things, ensure the consistency of your vision, because it's normal for a social team with the type of approach, and operational teams does something completely different, and the next day the community will get in contact. So some basic assumptions must be taken into consideration. We must be consistent, and this is a big work for us inside the company, more than communications of engagement and understanding and adherence to the idea that this is good for all, not only for the community, but for the company at all. And you must, for second, we must deliver what we promise. So let's promise less, but let's deliver what we promise. We feel that companies often, in 2025, we still see it, situations with a frustration and the lack of credibility, sometimes due to a past by the company or another one. So I wanted to highlight that sometimes we forget these basic things and we speak about a beautiful project and the difficult concepts and some basic aspects of the relationship must be kept alive and you have to work hard to manage them. So what's working? What models do I see as the most effective? For instance, a territorial arrangement model. And the arrangement word in the sense that you do not have an organization which is the prima donna of that, but you build the governance together with the community and the local representatives of different sectors, together with NGOs, the company, and other companies, often more than one company. And increasingly, what's working for us is to work with the intelligence of a local arrangement, territorial arrangement, according to that community. It's not enough to do a cut and paste of things that work somewhere elsewhere, but also you can draw from the big principles of this program or the governance and models, but always customizing it because each community is a community and they all have their own needs and potentials and vision of a future. So you have to look at the arrangements. And once more, to be effective and not run risks in these arrangements, we are trying to include our value chains, right? I have many suppliers participating of projects under these arrangements. I have many customers, European customers investing in arrangements here in the state of Pará, doing part of these solutions. So we're taking to our customers outside, we're selling celluloses abroad, and they're able to understand the local reality and understand the complexity of operating in a country with so many differences. So it involves our homework. Systemically, we have a project, a way of acting, resilient territory, one group per region. It's like a mini Suzano representing all areas there. And then we build together, looking our homework and then the strategy and we'll create a strategy together with this region, let's say. This always allowed us to reduce fire and invasions, and we started measuring the effectiveness of social investment, and we leaped forward when we looked at it more systemically inside outline circumvex ways.
Perfect. Let's let Malkia organize ourselves. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you again. Can you hear me well? Is the translation working okay? Okay. Malkia, we begin a little earlier given the rush, but I'd like to ask you a little bit, what future do we imagine looking, seeing you have a platform that you work upon in your country? What future do you imagine in your territory that is able to resist to extreme climate shocks, economic climate crisis, inequality? So tell us a little bit about your reality and how you are transforming that through your work, creating resilience for that territory. very interesting because Malke comes in and brings the same topics from Kenya, very similar to the things we experience here in Brazil. Andre, I'll come back to you now talking a little bit about competitiveness and governance, feasibility, how these solutions replicated in other territories can consider social realities, avoiding non-intended consequences, how to catalyze the transition from an exploitation model for the development of long-lasting relationships between companies and communities, obviously bringing your view from abroad, which is from outside, which is important for us. Well, welcome. Good to be with you here also. I think there is a survey I led in 2022 that was a guide of climate justice for territories in the state of Rio de Janeiro. And it answers directly to your question because it had this model of replication of initiatives that happen within the territory that could be replicated in other regions and other cities. I would like to give you practical examples so we could visualize and horizontalize a little bit this possibility for governance, replication, and application of initiatives when we think on climate justice and reduction of inequalities with businesses. In Rio de Janeiro, we mapped some territories in the metropolitan region, and there were many initiatives like green ceilings, green roofs in a slum called Benfica, which was an initiative that worked very well, which was to place many plants and the roofs of the houses in slums, and that began generating revenue. So houses were cooler in summer and warmer in winter, and it went so well that they started doing in other slums in Rio de Janeiro, and this began creating a competition as to the best price to be charged by an initiative, because it was not only planting, they had to research the kind of plant, understand when to put more or less, what needed rain, what needed care, because Rio has a high temperature environment, and so adaptation and mitigation and climate, and that's what brings us to this conference in a slum and being replicated in other regions of Brazil. It worked very well, but we couldn't replicate exactly in the northeastern region the same way it was done in Rio de Janeiro. And then we can talk about how it would be different in the Amazon region, in the north, other places. But what I like to tell about the story is that it began being called to other countries, not only to talk about this green roof in slums, but also to understand if in other countries there was this space of replication and sharing. So as we usually say, and Jay says that the territory is alive, and being alive, the initiatives that work, that are tested, also have are also alive, and that life with investment has the ability of replication and sharing. But if you come or join, access the website of the initiative, you'll see there's little visibility, little investment as this initiative, and the lack of air conditioning in the slums or air conditioning in the homes saved many families from intense heat, and that is a scenario of climate injustice. That's just an example, and I'd like to share that publication you do. I will leave you the link available somewhere. It can be published for the ones who are here and have interest, because it comes from a trajectory of when, and that connects me to what you said in your last speech, that the relationship with the communities comes from listening to understand the need to think of an initiative like the one I'm mentioning, but also the maintenance of this communication, this relationship, to know if the slam roofs make sense till the day, or if we have to think on other arrangements and adaptation arrangements that are able to handle a new scenario in these mentioned territories. And then, as a Brazilian and a person that has an action performance in Brazil, we made contact with an organization in Kenya that makes a national climate justice school that did exactly the exchange of these good practices, so this guide could be expanded in an international manner. So what was born in Rio de Janeiro, and how do we make these territorial practices shared among populations, realities, and territorialities, these triple this triad shows us the territory is alive, that funding changes lives and realities and quality of life, and especially thinking of government needs innovation, but also listening to keep the relationship. We don't start any survey without going back to the territory to know if that survey still makes sense for the territory we started with. So we don't leave materials there without having a consistent relationship with the territoriality, which we are talking as a case study. So there's a whole chronological trajectory that involves sensibility, but also intersectionality as a commitment, not launching a material just for the sake of it, but doing that, having that vision of what still makes sense and what we can improve and how this governance can service these experiences and realities in reduction of inequalities in Brazil and beyond. Very well. Uh, Regarding the history Andrea brought you, could you share with us examples? I think this COP, we've heard many insights and examples from Kenya. We had with here in the stage, we had Vanjira, and we've learned and seen that you have incredible projects in Kenya. Last year, I heard you in the COP talking about the solar panels project. So could you share with us a little bit these success cases that you have over there and how you have been doing that mitigation and resilience agenda? we're reaching the end, so I'll leave you an easy question for the three of you. What are you expecting from COP as a result from this COP30? Maybe what was most different from all the other COPs you participated in, and what do you expect as a final result here so we prosper, so this agenda moves forward in the speed the world and humanity need? Who wants to start? Well, I'd like to thank you for the invitation, for being here and exchanging topics that are cross-cutting to us. This is my sixth COP and the first one officially from the Brazilian Center for Climate Justice. I think there's a strong symbology of being the COP of the Amazon, of Brazil, of Latin America, of the Global South. So these territorialities we mentioned here, by which we is how we share our fight. So after I received the invitation of the presidency of COP to take over the adaptation agenda, there's a strong perspective that this agenda could move forward with more property, with a stronger in a stronger manner. So how that affects resilience in businesses and territories, I could see adaptation gaining new goals like anti-racism, adaptation, transformation agenda, because my expectation is that if it's a climate and justice agenda, adaptation should have its new ramifications. So I hope this is a COP with climate justice all over in all panels in all zones. It's a very strong message, so I'm very happy for that, but it's still not enough. For it to be enough, so adaptation can guide the pillars that are cross-cutting to us. Very good. That's in the end. Leave negotiation and go to implementation. Malkia? So first of all, the COP is taking place in Belém. Is that something different? Yes, it came to Belém. Belém is happening. Thousands of people are in the city. We're being able to have the debates. We're being able to do the exchanges. But as a Brazilian, I think we're having problems like we've had in other countries, at least from what I know. Good things are happening, but also infrastructure problems are happening. Things are going on, but many people worked very hard to make this COP happen here. So I think at some point, I was right now with a group and a piece of the Amazon forest here. Yes, I was with a group from two organizations, and I said, people, look, I took a picture with them and said, for God's sake, celebrate knowing all they did to to do all these activities. So first thing is that we need that moment. The meetings are going on, some things are moving forward, others not so much. It's hard to imagine what it is going to be the end because there's still a week of negotiations, but I hope the best decisions come. But I would like to draw attention. uh, I, as private sector, I think we are leaving an excellent legacy for this COP. I think this model was created here by many people involving 63 countries. For us from the private sector, it's a model that helped us to organize the agenda, to have a more effective, more clear agenda, and developed by many hands. So I think we're leaving an important legacy, because when you go to the different panels, you talk about what? The need to incorporate traditional knowledges in the solutions that are being created, and science being part of that, innovation as something cross-cutting that has to be from funding, but not only announcing large amounts of money. I want to know about access to that, because the major funds said, how are we going to access? Who is going to access? How does the community get to that? And the famous issue of how working collaboratively and the multi-stakeholder environment. So I joke, it's hard, nice to say, hard to live, because it's not easy to work in these productive arrangements, but it's the most effective way. And for that, I think we have a human side. How can we be more empathic so we can really create solutions that are good for all, for the community, for the company, for the local public administration? So all that for what, people? For us to upscale solutions. There are many. You brought some solutions. Margaret also brought other solutions. There are many solutions. And so we don't need any more pilots. Many good things are here that were tested, that are ongoing, that have to be adapted to some realities. But let's talk about pilots, and let's talk about scale. People, with that, we close our talk. I'd like to ask for a round of applause for these potent, powerful women that are transforming the agenda where each of them is. Good afternoon. I am Cecilia Seravalli. I'm from Nestlé and work with sustainability. It's a great honor and pleasure to welcome you all here. This session will be done in English, so if you need support from an interpreter, you can take the device here to my left. CASE is a coalition of large companies in Brazil: Bradesco, Itaú, Itaúsa, Marco Polo, Natura, Nestlé, and Vale, who joined to reaffirm the relevance of active engagement of the private sector in the climate and nature agendas. Our major goals with CASE are giving visibility to cases and solutions that were already implemented and that are upscalable, promote dialogues, mobilize many sectors, and reaffirm Brazil and our companies with their great potential in economic development, sustainability, and social justice. Casa C.A.S.E will be active only till tomorrow, but we've had many days of incredible discussions and topics related to the agenda action of COP, food system, bioeconomy, energy transition. Today is the day of just transition, and tomorrow we close with circular economy. I'd like to leave our thanks to the approximately 100 speakers that agreed being with us this week, giving life to CASE. Also the members of the coalition that are making all this happen, our knowledge partners, Mandala, Century, Cebex, and the producer TM1. We hope you are enjoying CASE. Well, let's begin our last session of the day, the keynote speech. Talking of her, who was the first woman president of Ireland from 1990 to 1997, High Commissioner of the UN for Human Rights between 1997 and 2002, and member founder of the Others, an independent group of global leaders idealized and launched by Nelson Mandela in 2007. I have the honor to call to the stage our more than special guest of today, Her Excellency Mary Robinson.
Has formed that's going to be supportive of the world we need to hurry towards. There's no question we need to hurry towards a better world as far as energy is concerned, about regenerating nature and everything else. And I want to, commend responsible business for being more visible at COP30. Your presidency here in Brazil needs that. This is a tough time. They've got a tough job. They're doing their very best. I don't think I've seen a COP presidency work so hard since Paris, since the Paris Agreement. I was the special envoy of the UN Secretary General at Paris, and I saw what they did. I think the COP presidency, but also President Lula himself, they are really trying. They're really pushing. So they need the support. I'm sure a number of you have been in São Paulo. How many of you were in São Paulo for the business meeting? Oh, look, hey, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Because this all matters. Rio mattered to bring together the mayors of cities, the governors of states in federal systems, etc., and they committed to a lot. And I heard very good news of what happened in São Paulo. But the most important, I think, now is you here in Brazil itself. And remember, the Brazilian presidency doesn't finish, as you know. Many people think it might, but it isn't until November 2026. So you've got to carry through, and I understand you've got plans to carry through, right through 2026, in support of really being good allies of the COP. Because this is a difficult political moment, it's a moment of geopolitical cracks all over the place. And we need business to be consistent, to stay the course, and commit to delivering the transition and to be clear on the policies required to achieve our shared goals. I very much like the way the Brazilian presidency has put the concept of a global mutual, okay? Actually, we have an Irish word, a word in our Irish language, and the word is mehel, and it's very similar. And after all, it's very similar to Ubuntu in Southern Africa. And I remember when Fiji had the presidency some years ago of the COP, they had their own word of a community sense. But Muturao has really taken off. You know, people are really getting that sense of how we must work together. And I'm not a businesswoman, but I have been since the beginning, since it was founded, a member of the B team of business leaders. I think it's fair to say I'm their moral conscience. Now, Christiana Figueres is also a member of the B team, so she probably mentioned it to you as well. And they do try to step up and stretch, but they know also that they have to be clear about the problems elsewhere in their system that aren't working quite so well. We need that honesty and transparency, and we also need to stay in alliances now, stay the course, because, you know, we've heard of greenwashing. I've heard a new word recently, I'm sure you all know it, green hushing. Very interesting, greenwashing, green hushing. We have to combat all these things and, you know, try to move forward as best we can, because we need to, you know, understand that, you know, leaders, including Natura, whom I see up on your thing, I've understood very much from Guilherme Leal. I've met him several times. He's not here, is he? Is Guilherme here? No? No. Anyway, give him my regards. I've heard him talk about Natura, that they have a belief that creating value is no longer only about generating returns, that it means ensuring families and workers and ecosystems can survive and thrive. And I very much support and believe in that. You know, across the globe, and you would have seen this in Sao Paulo, those of you who were there, it's not just the B team, it is business generally that is stepping up because it makes sense. There's a total business case. We need to know that it's stupid what's happening under the Trump leadership in the United States. It's just plain stupid to, you know, subsidize coal to try and make it more effective when we know it's not competing with clean energy. To, you know, stop the initiatives of the earlier Biden administration on, you know, promoting faster movement towards renewable energy. It's just stupid. I don't know. This guy who claims he's a big man of the deal and everything, my God, you need somebody to give him some good advice, but anyway, that's not, you know. Anyway, we know that climate change is a business reality. It's also reshaping markets, supply chains, and bottom lines. And every business leader understands they face a choice. They can either stand still and let the change happen to them, or they can move with the, and actually be ahead of the posse, be competitively ahead. That's the clever thing to do, to move even faster than the regulatory system, to get ahead of the game. That's the way, the real way to go. So I call on business to be partners with those among you who look to business with some suspicion sometimes, but are open to collaborating. And I'm talking about young leaders, entrepreneurs, and indigenous peoples. You need to somehow be part of a collaborative way forward now. This is not just a matter for governments or the multilateral system. This is everyone. And the more business can be a good partner in this everyone, the better. And this everyone, you know, to develop and invest in people-led climate and nature-based solutions. Let me give you just a few figures. I'm sure Christiana gave you lots of figures. I'm sure Kumi Naidu, my great friend who spoke to you earlier, gave you some hard figures. Let me give you some figures that give you a lot of hope, I hope. 99% of CEOs intend to maintain or expand their sustainability commitments, and the source is the UN Global Compact and the Accenture survey. 91% of new renewable projects are now cheaper than fossil fuel alternatives. That's from Irina. Nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based adaptation strengthen business resilience, protect infrastructure, and are projected to create 30 million jobs by 2030, and the source of that is the ILO. So I'm asking business to speak out in support of shifting the up to $2 trillion, can you imagine it? Up to $2 trillion that governments spend on environmentally harmful subsidies, mainly of fossil fuel and bad land management. Subsidies for what's harming us. You know, it doesn't make sense. And we have to make that shift. We have to do it with a just transition, but we have to really, really make sure that it happens. We need to, instead of frankly financing our own harm and extinction, we need to shift towards investments that protect people and planet. And we need some imaginative new ideas. And we need some women-led solutions. I see you've got a great gender balance here. You know, when I came in and I got a photo, I had 4 men and I was the only woman. And I said, this doesn't look too good. But I look around and I see you, and I'm much more impressed. Now, the one thing I think I want to emphasize, because I'm a lawyer by background, and I took a lot of cases before I became President of Ireland, the International Court of Justice advisory opinion is really very important. I actually hope it will be referenced in the outcome of the COP, because after all, the General Assembly voted unanimously for it. And you know how it all started, that ICJ case? Some of you may know, but some of you may not. I love the way it all started. It all started with a law class in Vanuatu. Vanuatu is a small atoll island group of atolls. But it's a country. It votes. It's part of the United Nations. And these law students said, you know, things are so serious here. Couldn't we get an opinion of the international court out there, the International Court of Justice up there? And they were told, well, to do that, you need to have a resolution of the General Assembly. And these students said, well, let's get the other Pacific Island lawyers on our side, law students. Let's get them working on it with us. And then youth globally got involved. And then I met them actually before Vanuatu tabled the resolution for a General Assembly. And Vanuatu sat on it for quite a while because it was under such pressure not to. Don't do it. Don't do it. You know, you'll never know. You get no investment from the United States. Don't do it. But Vanuatu had the courage to do it. And then we had a unanimous General Assembly resolution. But when I met these students earlier, you know, I had this feeling, my God, I love when young people have these bold ideas. But of course they're crazy. It's not going to happen. Woo, but it did. We got a unanimous General Assembly resolution. Then we got a superb decision. It's an opinion. It's an advisory opinion. But it's an advisory opinion which is the authority on the law. And let me just give you one example of why that's so important. When I was the Secretary General's Special Envoy before Paris, we were working for that goal. What was the goal going to be? And because of the small island states, because of the indigenous communities and civil society marching in the street 1.5 to stay alive, the High Ambition Coalition, we got a goal of staying well below 2 degrees and working for 1.5 degrees. And we all assumed this was a political goal. It is now, 1.5 is now a legal goal. A legal goal. And countries that don't seriously align themselves and worked for that goal, corporations that are on the wrong side of this may find themselves the subject of litigation. If there's one thing I can promise you, and I know it because there's a new case in Ireland already arising from the decision, both of the Swiss grannies case in Europe, but also the ILO advisory opinion. A second case against Ireland. The first case succeeded in our Supreme Court. The second one will definitely succeed now because of the opinion of the ILO. So companies who are on the wrong side, including large companies, we know the names of them, some of them, the big emitter countries, they may find themselves really the subject of an awful lot of litigation because of this opinion of the ILO. So, it does make sense in every way to, in many ways, get ahead of the regulation. But really what you're doing, as I understand it, which is even more important to Brazil, is that you are supporting the idea of a presidency led by Brazil. I'll just make one comment about my experience over a long number of years about Brazil. You have the benefit, you may not know it, but it's recognized globally. You have the benefit of a supremely smart, innovative, diplomatic corps. Everybody knows in every sense, not just in COPs, but in lots of senses, you have a great diplomatic corps. And I know Minister Marina Silva very well. I was part of all her global ethical stocktake. I co-led with her twice on it in Europe and at the multi-stake holder religious stocktake. I know Anatoni very well as a friend. I know your people. They are superb. So even in this very difficult and fractured time, they're going to come up with the best they can, but they need support. They need valuable support. And so we're talking just transition. So be vocal a little bit over the next few days. You know, make your viewpoints known. And now I want to come to something I want to really compliment and have you build on. As business leaders, I really urge you to stop investing, as I said, in the old world and start really investing in the new world. And that's why I'm proud that my dear friend Rajiv Joshi, lead author of the Decisive Decade Inquiry, and his team at Bridging Ventures have been working with a coalition of investors in what they call, and I think you've heard of this, the Journey Fund. It's really, really important, and it's been launched this week. It's a terrific example of South-South cooperation and global solidarity. It's a fund of funds with a target of $200 million for Latin America, investing in places like Colombia, Amazon, bringing solar energy to 55,000 people currently living on imported fossil fuels. So with the scaling to 2 billion by 2030, and I hope this is real, Rajat. I'm your moral, I'm on your back, you know, as well as supporting you. I'll be watching. You know, you better do it. Come on, you better support him. You know, to get to 2 billion by 2030 across Africa and the frontier markets of small island development states in rapid need of investment. This is not a substitute for government responsibility, don't get me wrong, but this is also where we are now. It's everybody and everything we can do possibly because we're on the brink. I'm a guardian of the planetary boundaries. This impresses my young grandchildren enormously. They think it's Star Wars, actually. They're sure it's Star Wars that I'm involved in. Guardian of the planetary boundaries. But we launched a planetary health check during the UN General Assembly. There are 9 planetary boundaries that keep the ecosystems going, that give us this safe, sustainable world. And we are in breach of now 7. Last year it was 6. This year it's 7 of those planetary boundaries. But I am old enough to remember well, and some of you in the audience will remember in the 80s, we were very worried about the ozone layer. It's one of the planetary boundaries. And we tackled it. We found the chemicals that were causing it. We banished them in the Montreal Protocol and the Kigali supplement to that protocol and so on. Good agreements, good multilateral stuff. That's what we need. So we've got that planetary boundary back into the green, but 7 of them. And the most recent is what? It's the acidification of the oceans. So I was talking to climate scientists today of the guardians of the planetary boundaries. We had a quick meeting in between a long day, and I feel my shirt is looking very ragged at the moment. But anyway, you know, we thought to ourselves, how do we fire up this particular COP? We are on the verge of losing the coral reefs. Have any of you swum in the coral reefs? Yeah. You know, it's something very special. And isn't it so full of life? So full of the most extraordinary fish, the most extraordinary creatures, the most extraordinary... And just after that, maybe a little bit later, we're in danger of losing the Amazon. Carlos Nobre is one of the guardians of the planetary boundaries. He speaks so well and so passionately, but you can feel the edge in his voice. He's angry because he loves the Amazon. He loves the richness of it, and he's afraid it may be a risk. And he knows, he absolutely knows. So, you know, we have to do everything that we possibly can, and this Journey Fund is a very important example. And we do need, and this is an important thing as well, my last main point, because I've spoken for too long, I think, but we need to have women at the center. We need to have women at the center of the whole range of issues on climate and nature. Thankfully, Indigenous women are really speaking out. Sonia, your wonderful Minister for Indigenous Women, and lots of others, Anna Tony, Marina Silva, all of them, they're great. So we need to place women at the center, and then we will address the problems. You might notice that I'm wearing this weed. It's a flower and a weed. It's called the dandelion. I believe in symbols, because when I was elected President of Ireland in 1990, all that time ago, 35 years ago, I said I would put a light in the window of my official residence for all the Irish people who'd had to leave Ireland over the centuries because of conflict, and we were colonized by our neighbor, Britain, because of poverty, because of sexual orientation in a Catholic Ireland, for all sorts of reasons. And that light took on a life of its own. I couldn't believe it. It helped to create an Irish diaspora with all the Irish in the United States, in Canada, in Australia, believe it or not, in Argentina, huge numbers of Irish who had to leave. And we hadn't cared about them enough. And this light helped to shape them. So women decided we want a women-led climate justice movement, which is opening up space for everyone. It's a very encouraging movement. It's a non-judgmental, encouraging movement. We've started with women-led organizations, and we have all of the women-led organizations now that go to the UN General Assembly or to COPs wearing the dandelion. And now we have men, and I see Raj is one of our heroes, Kumi, lots of men are also doing it. And what is it all about? It's about knowing our power, growing our power. How do we do that? By affirming the other. Instead of guarding what we're doing in a silo, you know, kind of wondering, is somebody going to take our funding or whatever the worry might be, we're affirming that we are stronger together, that we collaborate, that we grow our strength. Just as you're growing the funding that's going to be so badly needed, it's going to make such a difference in the context of this Journey Fund. Let me end, because I'm looking around, and of course everybody looks young to me at this stage, but I do see that a number of you are strikingly young for a business gathering. I mean, a lot of the business gathering I go to, they're almost as grey as me, you know, but here I see a lot of you young. So let me just share with you a lovely phrase of Kofi Annan's when he was chair of the elders. I was then chair of the elders. Now we have an excellent chair, a neighbor of Brazil, Juan Manuel Santos, the former president of Colombia, is our chair for the last year. And he's great, and we're here together, we're working away. And Kofi Annan, when he was chair, used to repeat over and over, you are never too young to lead, and you are never too old to learn. And I find that very unifying, very unifying. So, obrigada. Other questions? Only if they're in English. Come on, be nice to me. It's late at night. If somebody would like to ask a few questions, I'm happy to take a few questions.
Just to want to start the provocation here, Mary. This is a solutions house, and we've been putting together a number of solutions that are positive for climate and nature that can be scalable and can change the economy of Brazil. What's your view on countries like Brazil, nature-rich countries like Brazil, because some of the international, as a lawyer, some of the international standards, they create barriers for nature-based solutions and not opportunities.
Yeah, I think we need to look at that because nature-based solutions are going to be totally necessary. Regenerative agriculture, the ways in which we address all of the problems, listening to the wisdom of the indigenous communities, that we are nature. This is not something separate from us. This is all about how we sustain ourselves because we sustain nature. We have to recapture, and we will have to use nature to help us to recapture some of the excessive carbon that we've, stupidly put into the atmosphere. So, I think we need to look at all of what we're doing from a global, encouraging perspective, that nothing that is good for the planet and people should be prevented by stupid regulation in one region protecting itself, and I think I know what region you're talking about. So, we need to look at these things, and we need to do it very openly, because we have no time. We have no time at all. I mean, in many ways, it's a scary time, because, as I said, we're in breach of 7 of the 9 planetary boundaries. We're touching 1.5. It doesn't mean that we've crossed 1.5 from a climate point of view. That requires at least 10 years or more. But we're into, if you look back at Paris, what we were worried about then was, how to make sure that we never reached 1.5. That was 1.5 was the outer limit. It still is the outer limit goal for a long, sustainable future for generations to come. So we have to claw back. We have to recapture it. So nature will be a very, very important part of that. And I think, countries that have climate sinks like the Amazon must speak up about the importance. But we also need the regenerative and not, monoculture into the Amazon and mining into the Amazon that destroys what will regenerate and keep us alive. Maybe one more question, because I'm beginning to feel I've had a long day. Yeah, okay.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Marina. I lead the work in human rights at Natura, so thank you for your kind words on Natura.
Hey, good for you.
I just want to take, reflecting on your work on High Commission of Human Rights, I want to take your vision on the rising of inequality and the fight for climate justice and so on. So I really wanted to hear about you and the rising of inequality and managing solutions that bring people to the center and fight climate crisis as well. Thank you.
I want to have a word with you when I finish. I'll tell you why. You've given me a beautiful opportunity to give you my sense of what will help us all. And it is actually from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I know bits of it by heart because I was a former High Commissioner. I don't know the whole 30 articles, but I know bits of it. Think about the article that we often, I don't know we all cite it, but we understand it. And it's a very important article, but it's not the one I'm going to come to. It's the Article 1, the first sentence. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. And the important thing there is dignity comes before rights. What is dignity? Dignity is not lying in a doorway in abject poverty, being forgotten, being totally overlooked by the whole world, being feeling totally excluded from everything. That's not dignity. So, you know, dignity actually comes before rights, and that's important. But the article I want to, you know, commend to all of us, because it's actually your muturao. It is absolutely your muturao. Do you know what the Article 29, the first sentence says? I'm giving you exactly what it says, except for one change. In the Universal Declaration in 1948, they thought he could include she. I don't like that. I don't like he including she, so I use they. You know, they is fairer, isn't it? You know, instead of he being... Anyway, that was 1948. We've come on from there. So let me give you the exact sentence, and listen carefully to this. Everyone has duties to the community in which alone they achieve the free and full expression of their personality. In other words, you have to know that you have duties to the community. You have to do something about it. And then, lo and behold, you yourself reach your full potential. Isn't that wonderful? And look, I'm seeing heads nodding because you know that this is the case. If you give to community, your business community, your neighborhood, your women's club, your soccer team, it doesn't matter. You know, if you give to anybody, if you work with anybody, it's the muturao. You yourself feel better. You don't understand, but so many people say to me, you know I'm working very hard, but I get so much more back. I get far more back than I give. People often say that. I get far more because I am enriched. I am more alive. I am more together. And this is what we're going to need. Do you know why? It's actually less directly climate, though it's very related to climate. It's because, and I've never experienced this before in my long life, but it's real now, we don't know in a guaranteed way what is truth. We have so much misrepresentation, disrepresentation, which is deliberate, denial, fake news, and then all of this is exacerbated by algorithms in our social media. And some are deliberate algorithms, particularly against women, and the misogyny, etc. All of this is making it harder to know what is truth. I've heard a phrase which I'll share with you. We need to be careful of our cognitive security, of our personal cognitive security. Think about that. I have been represented on Facebook. I am selling bonds. I have no idea what these bonds are. It's totally fake. The image is perfect. The voice isn't quite good to me, but it would fool anybody else, I think. And, I'm selling these bonds, and I'm saying very convincingly, I'm your former president. You could trust me. What is truth? What is truth? So we have to create the spaces through collective, through community, and that community must link together, and we must, somehow grow stronger and stronger in safe spaces, in safe links with each other, in what we do going forward. But this is something new in real terms of risk, that these bloody billionaires who just want to make money, more and more billions, and they want to experiment with this strange thing called AI, even if it takes us over, even if it destroys the world. And they're all men. But anyway, but, but I do offer you, I'll say it one more time, because we all have to listen to this carefully. Everyone has duties to the community, in which alone they achieve the free and full expression of their personality. So know you have some, you know, because you're involved. You're stepping up as business. Your stepping up is making you feel better, isn't it? Isn't it kind of making you feel part of something that's helping something else? And you are reaching a fuller expression of your personality. So that's what it's about. And I think that's what we're going to have to do more and more as time, as we go forward. And I'd love to end with that because I'm so pleased. And I'll say hello to you now in a minute. I'm coming down deliberately to say hello to you. Human rights. Woo! Thank you.
Esperar, mas ele foi se encontrar com a